See if I can get that glare gone. Does that no matter what I do, that glare is going to be there. There we go. Get the camera clean. All right, ladies and germs. Let me see. That light was really bad in the back. That's better. Let me do something here real quick. So obviously, engine build guys and gals and whoever joins. Let me get this one light off because that glare is nasty from this thing. All right, turn the other light back on. I'll keep my light in here pretty good. Let me get this away from that. Stay there, bulb. So obviously engine assembly, but I'm just going to be doing a partial assembly here. And I'm going to go over the process. I have not gapped the rings. So that is where I'm going to start in this one. Ring gap is essential, and there's a lot of ways that people try to do the ring gap. I wonder if you can zoom this at all. I don't know. We'll see. But there's two types of rings when you're dealing with piston rings. You have an upper and a lower ring. Obviously, both of them be gapped. The thing is, start with, a lot of people sometimes like to start with a softer ring. The upper ring is a stiffer ring. The bottom ring is an actual scraper. One of the things that people make a mistake when they're amateur engine building, they don't realize there's a scraper edge to this. And what you're supposed to do, depending on the shape, like this one has an edge that sticks out like this on an angle. So it goes like a zigzag. And that sharp edge is designed to scrape oil down. So if you put this upside down, you literally scrape oil upward and the motor will burn oil. Now I have this silly little Home Depot thing, but that's because I have some files here and I'll explain what that's about in a little bit. It's not actually to do the rings. The rings are actually getting done. It'll be cool. Let me see if I can turn this so that you guys can see a little bit better when I'm doing it and try to make this a little bit better visually. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. And I will try to do my best. It may be a little bit difficult for me to do this in that fashion. All right. One of the things is a lot of people like to use a piston when they're setting the rings. But what I don't like is if the piston is not perfectly square, like a ring square tool, you can actually have a bad piston ring gap. First things first, obviously the first ring, which I have here, one of the things you want to make sure you don't have any burrs on it before you even start test fitting it. And this is why I have the hand files in here. And just simply a little scrape on the corners. This prevents you from having any sort of like scarring in the cylinders. That's part of when you're test fitting. Sometimes, depending on the manufacturer, the ring gap might be close to where you need it, but usually it's like way off. Let me get my ring square tool here. Should really put this lamp out of the way. Keep this in the best visual for you guys. Oh, flying lamp there. Yeah, go fly outside or something. Let's stay out of here. So, all right. Stay. All right, back to what I need to do. So, the ring square tool, sometimes you get them per bore. I don't really think you need to do that. This is, where did I get this? This is Checkered Flag Performance. Not anything super spectacular, but it does the job. Now, before I stick the ring in there, my little habit is always, I don't know, clean. Obviously, as I've explained in videos before, a little bit of transmission fluid. And make sure when I'm putting the ring in, you know, I've got all my stuff lined up on the bench over here. Make sure I'm not getting any more debris out of here. I just don't want to trap this stuff in here. All right. Take my ring gap tool. Pop her in there a little bit. Now that's definitely way too tight. Now one of the things when you're doing the ring gap tool, square it. Okay, now I've got a square ring. Now I'm going to take my feeler gauge and see where I'm at. You have to do this top and bottom ring. So my goal is 22 thousandths. I have a funny feeling right now the way this thing sits is literally like almost 14 thousandths. Yeah, it's dumb tight. So if I just throw this together, we'd have some pretty serious problems with that. Now, some people use certain machines to do this. All right, what I have here is I have a Dremel set up and I have a little disc on the other side. Now, some people are going to definitely shun saying this is the wrong way to do it, but if you keep the speed down on the Dremel, okay, and don't get the ring hot, you'll be fine. But if you try to grind too fast, you will overheat the ring, right? And it will actually destroy the integrity of the ring. So that's another thing where people make a lot of mistakes with that. The other thing is, I'll get my other glasses in a few minutes, but I like to use 2 pairs of glasses so I can see what I'm doing. Now, it sounds aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as you think. So let me shut that off. And I'm probably nowhere near to spec of where I need to be for this ring. Now that I've grinded, and I stick the grinding to one side when I do this, is I'm going to take my file and just kind of make sure I have no burrs again when I put it back in the bore, because I just don't want to scrape the bore. Take my rag that I had the trans fluid on, wipe it off. Now, how do I know which is up, top, and bottom? There's literally a little thing on here that says top. So even the top ring in this particular case, they want that top ring to be in the same position. So the top ring, again, always going to be tougher to grind material off. And you're going to be doing this again and again and again. And that's one of the things. You got to just be patient, man. Don't rush. So, and let me see, 14. I still haven't even got to 14 thousandths just by grinding like that. So that tells me I got a lot to grind off, and this is a very tough piston ring. So this is going to be a hot minute of grinding. That's the other thing you can do to try to keep it cool. A lot of people like to use their hand ring tools, but to be honest with you, it takes forever. They leave a nasty edge. I'm not a huge fan of the way they work. I don't mind taking my time with this, and I try to make sure that I can touch it with my fingers. It's not getting too hot. Just take your time. There is no need to rush when you're building a motor. And just a little quick swipe, and that just gets any sharp edges off. Let's see where we're at. See if we even gotten the 14 thousandths. Now, the minimum recommendation on this particular one, okay, is 22 thousandths. I will get to questions if I can as I go along, guys. I'm just really trying to focus on this engine. I should probably start putting that over there instead. And we are about at 14 thousandths. So this bore is really tight. And just to get a perspective idea, you always want to put the same ring in the same board, no matter what. So I did remember when I built my motor with these same pistons and rings that this took a while to grind off the material. Now, what I need to find, though, is I have a second pair of glasses around here somewhere. And I need to figure out what the heck I did with them, because it gives me easier to see when I wear both sets. So, I don't really need them, but... So, and keep in mind, when you do the second ring, man, you want to make sure. So another thing I do is I take the ring, I squeeze it together, and be like, okay, am I still square here, or am I out of alignment when I'm doing this? That's another thing. You got to keep the ring square. Not something that you would do by hand normally. Guys, this is going to be a long video, man, because none of the rings are done. So if you're going to hang out, or have it in the background. But understand that this is how engine building is done. When you put the rings in, I like to take the fatter end and just kind of squish that in, and not put the sharper sides in first. That's just the way I do it. Everybody's got a little bit of a different process. Wait, why is that? Oh. What's up, Carlos? Trying to soak up. Yeah, DC 495. Cool, buddy. Cool, buddy. Like I said, this isn't going to be. Jeez, man, these are one tough set of rings. And I'm trying to get to 22,000, so I'm going to be here for a hot minute. I'm going to speed up a little. If you have questions while I'm doing this, I will try to look back and answer them. Yep, still square. Should just keep the stuff in my little pouches I got here. Let's get this a little closer. And then keep that. Keep this one here. All right, we're finally at 14,000. So now we're going to see how fast I can make this grow each time I come out. This gives me the ability to know how long. Like I said, it's going to be a long video. So I probably need a more aggressive disc, honestly. This over here. All right. So how much did that grow when I did that? All right, we'll be on 14,000 now. So let me get up the next few. Let me see, did we get the 16,000s? We did. Oh, we might be right there. That was a little too fast for my liking. Let me reset the groove there. So it pops back out sometimes. Sometimes, gotta make sure your ring gap is. No, it was just, the ring wasn't square. So just as you saw there, I redid that and the ring wasn't square. What's up, O'Neal? What's up, my brother? Okay, so you saw before, I thought I rechecked my ring gap and I thought it was right for a second, and I went too far and I thought, well, there's no way. Well, that's actually incorrect because the ring was not square. So now that the ring is square, all right, it is not there at the gap. So, however, I am at around 16 thousandths. So let me see if I got to 18 thousandths yet and see how much I got to go. So I'm not at 18 thousandths yet. So these rings, like I said, they take a long time. Now you're going to get some marks pulling these in and out, man. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, you know. You're going to get that no matter what when you pull them in and out. But you just don't want that sharp edge. you don't use a ring square tool, you can use a piston if it's a true flat top. Still not even 18 thousandths. Let me look at the gap in the board, see how it's shaping up. All right, I'm still square when I'm taking material off. I mean, I wish there was a faster way to do this, but I mean, they make more aggressive machines, but I'm not a fan. So if you don't use a ring square tool, what can happen is your gap will obviously be wrong, but you can have different gaps per cylinder. And then what will happen is you'll end up under like high boost, you'll get more blow by. Let me camera the angle this down to get that glare off a little bit. All right, we're at 18 thousandths. Not quite where I need to be. So it's this wall, when you're doing this, it's so polished that even just touching it with the feeler gauge looks like it leaves marks. But once you start putting the pistons in and putting them up and down, you'll see those go away. I'm going to just double check this. I'm going to make sure my ring bore tool, got one of these that's just kind of like not tight like I want it. There's a little snug. Double check that. So we're getting close. Yeah, 18 is where we're at, 18. So if you really do this by traditional methods of ring gap, you multiply based upon power level. Like in NA motor, it's going to be 0.0050 times the bore in inches, and that gives you your gap. Yes, sir, Carlos, that is your engine. This is what we are live doing right now. Yes, sir. All right. That should be pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Now, there's different ways to do ring gap tools. I would never try. So, some people shove this nice and unsquare piston in the hole and try to use this to ring gap. That is the worst thing to do when you have a piston like this. Never do that. Never. That's a no-no. Ooh, close. How close are we? There's 18. Let's see. Close. 19. Let me see. Are we at 20? 20. Oh, that wiggled in. Not quite there. Tiny bit more. So if you're within like 1 thou on each one, 1/10 thou, like 0.0001, that's, you're not going to hurt anything. Like if you have one at like 23 10 thousandths, next one at 22 10 thousandths, that's so minute. You're going to have variances no matter what when you're assembling. Okay. The other thing is when you're putting it in, if you've got a little burr on there, you might not be able to get the feeler gauge in there, and you might already be at your gap. I mean, there's a lot of ways that can create issues if you don't do that the right way. Well, I forced it in there. No. Nope, almost. A tiny bit more. So that should be the last of it. That last thousand should be right there, what I just did. And that's literally for one piston ring. We've got a top and a bottom piston ring. Now the bottom piston ring, sometimes they go bigger depending on the application. I mean, this motor is going to be good for with the cylinder head right in that 800 range. Be very optimal for that, around 800, around 8,000 RPM, depending on fuel. It will make over 700 safely and repeatedly. The block itself is like 1,200 horsepower. There's no doubt about that. There's one thing I don't like about this tool. It's a tendency to unwind like that. You got to reset it sometimes. But that's why you can get a ring square tool that is specific to bore size. Ooh, still not quite there. Definitely over 20. Just a squeak more. I could leave that because we're at 21 thousandths, but I'm a little meticulous. And what I'm doing when I'm holding this up is I'm basically squeezing the ring gap again and checking, like, okay, are these, are they parallel to each other? And we're making sure it's perfect. Because you can even put them in that little hand grinding machine. And I'm not a huge fan of that because the ring, the material is so rough and it makes the ring bounce and jump around. There we go. It's tight, 22 thousandths, but I'll take it for the application. You could even do a little shot of nitrous on this one. The ring gap's big enough. If you want to do like a 50 shot on top of it, I know it sounds crazy. Yes, you got to watch the ring gap tool when you're using the tool because I just did it out of alignment. You've got to have one of these on the direct gap in the rings. Otherwise, it'll push them down crooked. And once you do that, you got to just reset the ring. Do not try to reorient it. There we go, 22. So that's the first one. Now I go on to the secondary ring. Now, you can go a lot of times on the scraper ring by feel. You'll feel like there's a sharp edge versus this way. One way you'll feel smoother, and the other way you'll feel it. So, let me see if we got a picture in the box. Probably. Well, I guess they didn't send it back. So, if you're super careful, I don't know if I catch this on camera. But yeah, see that edge? See that extra sharp little edge there? This is your scraper side. And that scrapes the oil downward like that. So when you put this in, you got to have that facing down. So that's that sharp edge I was talking. Let me see if I get it. Look real careful. Let me see if I get a catch. See that groove right there? That's what you're after. This is what people put. If you put it upside down, scrape oil upwards. Now, this is a softer ring. So keep that in mind. And before I even take any material off, sometimes, usually these are bigger anyway. And sometimes, not kidding, man, sometimes they're just already there. Now that I'm going to hit the ring, one thing I do want to do is add some more trans fluid to the cylinder wall. This is just to keep it lubricated while I'm doing this and clean material out. Because there's still, even all that cleaning I did, the stone just comes out of the piston wall. And that's from, actual machining. All right, this is not 22 thousandths. It's not even 20 thousandths. Pull that bad boy back out. Make sure I stick to one direction. Like I said, this secondary ring is softer. So you got to be careful you don't end up overdoing it. All right. Where are we at? We're not at 20 thousandths. Are we at 18? Let's find out. 18. We're close to 18. So we got some material to remove. Now, this ring does not have a mark on it for top and bottom. One of the things I'm doing when I'm doing is I'm just moving the ring back and forth. Just to kind of, it helps keep your positioning straight on it, so you're not grinding any one particular area too flat. Now they do make some crazy tool for this, to do this, and try to do it faster. And I just don't, I like this better. I don't know, just it's more comfortable for me to do it this way. It's just the way I've always done it with these. You gotta have a low speed control journal too, like if you're gonna do that. You can't be doing it with like some high speed. You're going nuts. Again, low speed. Okay, 18. Still, now we're at a true 18. That lets me know that took off 1,000ths doing that. So, yeah, that should square. Oh, just a little. Pretty square. Do anything sharp. All right. All right. 18. Okay. 18's done. All right. We've got 20, still square. All right, 20,000. So, I just went up 2,000ths all that time, so. I mean, the way I'm doing it with the Dremel, it doesn't really leave big burrs, but still like checking it, feeling it when I'm doing it. 20, definitely no 22 though. Oh, maybe re-square it. It might just be there. Just 22, type 22, but 22. Negative. So once I re-squared it, it's really, it's 21. Ooh, that's close. Tiny bit more. Tiny bit more. Let me see. These all have a dimple because they used to be marked differently. So that's the scraper side. Yeah. So interesting. Usually, a lot of times you find the rings like this one has a dimple. So this ring has a dimple here to let you know that that is the top. So the other ring itself is marked top. You gotta really just pay attention to that. That really kind of helps you when you're building, because sometimes it is hard to feel that scraper portion. So just becomes difficult to feel. Let me see. Yeah. Make sure I'm not doing it wrong. That should. There we go. That should be the final one. All right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Tricky little thing. Maybe I didn't take off enough on that last one. Let me recenter it because it just came in. It might just been a little bit of a burn on the edge of it. Let me just recenter. There it is. It's tight 20. Yeah, a little too tight. Just a tiny bit off. Got some music in my ears, but it's like transparent so I can hear. That should be it. There it is. Yes, sir. Yep. So now that is actually only one piston done. So just to put that in perspective, what are we at? 34 minutes to do 2 rings. So generally, when you're building a motor, you're going to realize that, hey, this part is going to take a hot minute. And now that I'm done with those 2 rings, this rag is dirty. Next rag. And, on for the next cylinder. Everything's laid out on the bench there. Another thing I've done today, it is hot in here. I do need some circulation. But if you ever put a fan in a room when you're working on an engine, point the fan out the window so that when the air comes in, it's at low speed and doesn't blast dirt everywhere. So, yeah, that's a big thing. Really, really big thing, guys. Dirt, debris just can become an absolute nightmare. So back we are here. Next one. Let's see if I can grind this a little bit harder. Actually, see if I have a more aggressive wheel in here somewhere. Thing is, somebody, my kit, let me see. This one says metal. when I moved, I lost some material, so let me see if this is more aggressive. This is. I don't know if it's, well, maybe it's more aggressive because it's fresh, but we'll have to find out. Take this a bit. Okay. See if that smooths out. No, that is a little bit more aggressive. Not great, not a lot. I know it's going to be way too small no matter what when I start off the gate, so but just kind of see where we're at. Probably somewhere tiny around 12 thousandths. Let's try starting with 13 out. 13, and that jumped to 13, 16. No, 13 is a 17. Not even 13 thousandths, which is crazy tight. Make sure it's not getting hot. I feel the ring's warm, but that's okay. It's not like hot to the point of red. I've seen people do that, and that just, oh, like I said earlier, man, you don't want to do that. This is just a standard file. Should mention that. Well, jock photography. Well, the thing is, buddy, you need to be in the shop. If you want to learn this stuff, you need to be in a shop setting. You know, you can Google a lot of stuff, but one of the few people who gives information about stuff like this out on how to do it, what's the right tools, and as you go, and the gap size and all that stuff. It just and how to do it per engine build. All right, we're down to are we close to 17? Close to 17. So I bet you if I reset that, it won't say 17 again. All right. That is a more aggressive grinding piece, and I was able to get done faster on that one. Most of it, like I got from what it left me with all the way out to 17 pretty quick. All right, we're probably around 18 because that wants the wedge in there. I have a special type of feeler gauge. Should mention that. This feeler gauge. See this textured area? So it is 20 thousandths in this textured area and 22 thousandths there. So technically, I could use this one feeler gauge to measure the actual gap in the rings between 20 and 22 thousandths. So that's another thing. Oh, yeah. I've seen it where people don't do the ring gap right, and um, things like dipstick blow out of the valve cover. Seen that? Oh, we're almost there on that one. So maybe what I should do, kind of make this shorter, but I don't know if any way I can. 4, 5, 6. Probably should have just done the piston ring separate from this video, but maybe what I'll do is I'll throw a message out to everybody when I'm getting to the piston install, because this is kind of slow paced for a lot of people. I'll probably do a sped up version of this. Almost there. Probably 5 more passes. Okay, I've got a square seat. Wash. This should be super close. I think it's turned to a different spot. There we go. That's forced. Reset the ring. Well, that's it. 22. That's done. Next ring. Get a little bit quicker with the material. So that top ring took 10 minutes. So, and also once you become a little bit more familiar with your top and bottom ring materials and how fast they come off, it helps, obviously. I'll wait before I even the first one, even when they make them out of the package, they can have little burrs in them. Again, questions, throw them out there, man. Still answer the questions in between stuff. Don't be afraid. So we're at 16,000. See what 10 does. Another thing is, when I set them up on the bench, you set them up, you always know what cylinder, what ring you're on, in case you start getting your brain mixed up there. Sometimes that happens when you're busy. 18, so 10 passes gave me probably 20. No, 10 passes from 18 gave me a tight 20. So I need about 15 more passes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be square. A little bit off. Oh, that was sweet. Hold it on the button on the passes. 22,000. On to cylinder number 3. So that ring was done in 15 minutes. That's the ring set. So with a correct stone, you can get done in 15 minutes with per ring. You know. And this is just automatic transmission fluid. So another reason I do this with this in here, gotta look at it this way. If there's debris in the wall, you're not gonna have correct piston to wall clearance, so your ring gap. So if you got debris sticking in the wall here, it's gonna push the ring in, and then you're gonna grind off more material, and your ring gap's gonna be bigger than it should be. So that's something to keep in mind when you're doing engines and stuff. If you got debris in the cylinder wall, it's definitely going to throw off your measurements. Burrs in the rings will too. Oh, I should mention something else too. This is kind of like one of the biggest farces, or one of the most incorrect informations when it comes down to building motors, is that big ring gap automatically means blow by. That's not always true. Sometimes a bigger ring gap can be a problem, yes, but not always. I have like 0 blow by, and mine's at 22 thousandths. If you do the math, that's 0.0065 per cylinder, which is like big, like for like big horsepower nitrous. I have 0 blow by. I have 0 stuff on my catch can. None of that trash is it. None of that is actually true. So it's really just a lot of certain other little things that are dependent. How the piston rings seat, how you clean up the cylinder walls. That's more of what plays the role. I could probably do a 24 or 26 thousandths gap. Maybe a 26 thousandths gap, it'll start burning oil. But, all right, so let's do 15 passes and see where we get with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the temperature. Check my square. A little bit out of alignment here. Square it up. There we go. So we were at 13 thousandths. How much does 15 passes get me on that? Well, that rag's no good. It just hit the floor. And that's one of my things, though. If a rag hits the floor, new rag. Yeah, I figured I'd lose everybody when I started doing the rings. Should have just done the rings first. I just had them already done for assembly. $13 to $17. Interesting. Check that. So 13 to 17. So 15 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. little more. There we go. I already know I'm going to have to take material off of this thing. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. I'm going to go back to at 18 thousandths into this. How close are we to 18? Square. Shoot, man, I got this all mixed up. Oh, damn it. That's what happened. There we go. All right. Lucky on that one. What? Top and bottom in there together. So. Ooh, flying rings. I'm not even at 18,000 on the top ring. Trying to get some a little bit quicker. Alright, reset that ring. Let me try the next size up. Maybe, I don't think we're at 22. There we go. Now, so close. A little tight. Very light. There we go. Alright, where are we leaving with the other ring? Are we at 18 yet? No. Let's do 5 passes. Let's see how fast it goes on this stone on 5 passes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. No, not even quite 18. Slightly more aggressive. God. Gotta do some secondary math to be sure on something too. So it's at 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slow passes. We're square. Yeah, we're square. is not square. Cool. Okay. Now, I need to do some secondary math because I want to make sure. All right. Might want to. Where the fuck? Not too tight. That's fine. Fine. Alright, they're a little too snug. A little too snug. Snug. Not. Oh, I know that one's good. So it's just a little snug. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. 1, 2. Back in there. That 4 feels tighter. 3. Might be just hair. Might be too much kind of alignment here. Come on. All right, 22 is. So remember what I said before about putting them in and out? One of the things was, you notice just putting the rings in and out like that, a little bit of wearing is starting to actually wear into the cylinder wall. So it actually literally, like no joke, that little bit of in and out with the other rings and the scrapers actually made the gap grow bigger in the piston rings. And that's just from some of the material coming off the back. And it didn't make them grow a lot. It made them grow 1/10 out, which is fine. It's still perfectly fine in spec. I could still go like 26/10 out on these. I did notice something though on this one ring. I may literally have to get a replacement ring. It just looks, I don't know. I gotta check it in higher light and see if maybe something in packaging or something, because the pistons were sent out, so to match the block for the sleeving. So I'm gonna go take a look at this in the light and see what I got here. No, it's just the paint. It's fine. Nah. Nah, I wouldn't. I'm very meticulous, as you guys know. Okay, now, one of the things we have to do here, now we know the piston ring clearances are good on the pistons. Now we have to assemble pistons. So what I mean by assemble pistons is I have to put the piston and the wrist pin together over here. Let me just kind of turn this over this way. And I'm going to do my best I can to show here where the assembly of the piston and the wrist pin and all that happens. One by one. One of the things that, let me turn my volume of my own music down here because in my ears I have music. One of the things that you're going to see and you got to be careful about is when you're somebody obviously cleaning it. Clean. You'll see I have towels down. I have brake clean acetone here. Depending on what you're cleaning, sometimes you want to use acetone, sometimes you want to brake clean, put a little bit on the rag. And I'm just cleaning the wrist pins and stuff before I put them in. I don't want to lose my marker on them. I don't want to go crazy because I've already cleaned these. Let me put this over here. And I don't want to put the rings on yet, honestly. I want to kind of put the pistons together first. And now, when you're doing aftermarket, you don't have to do it exactly like you would. Because the Honda says put the tangs, which is the locking part of the bearings, towards the back of the cylinder wall. If you guys want, you see I'm starting to do pistons and rods. I'm going to put in the description, pistons and rods, 1 hour mark. So, let me message everybody. Starting piston rod assembly. and just kind of bring a few people back in here because I know some people left because they're like, "Oh, this is boring." You know, and I understand that it's not exactly like the funnest thing to watch. Um, uh, Next would be crank dropping. I just want to, like I said, just have them assembled, put the crank in, oil squirters, because the oil squirters go in before the crank goes in. Uh, and let me just get them set up. Uh, and and here's another thing, guys. I've always said this again and again because they're going to have assembly lube on them. Guess what? Baggies. So I'm going to set them up in baggies. One of the biggest errors people make with the pistons is the way they do the rings on it, and especially the oil rings. There's the oil ring itself. There's really thin rings, and when you assemble this, it's actually not that complicated to assemble. I'm going to bring one set over there. And when I'm weighing stuff, I do not weigh these because they're just so minuscule in weight as part of the assemblies. Let me bring this over. Yes. Okay. Let me point this down. Okay. Maybe that's a pretty decent view there. You know what I'm going to do? Just before I do this, I'm going to assemble this on the rod first with the snap rings. And my brain always gets mixed up in the direction of the snap rings. We put one snap ring in first. Doesn't matter which side because you're going to slide the wrist pin in from either side. It don't really matter. I don't need this tool anymore. Now, there is, I'm trying to remember my brain, a way to do this literally by hand and they pop in. I think it was it that side you snag and no. All right. Oh God, how do they? There's a way to roll these in, but these are pretty tough. So I found that the Tron ones are pretty stout when it comes down to that. You just got to get the right angle to roll them in, and then they pop in there like that. Oh, that's only halfway in. Get in there, and voila. So no tool, snap ring in. The trick is to put the point up here, and then you push the snap ring over with your thumb. So now that I've done that, let me get this out of here. Let me get another fresh rag to put down underneath this stuff. And let me get one for the bore. And what I mean by the bore is the bore of the rod end. Just clean it up, make sure there's nothing there. Get my wrist pin that matches it. Just make sure before I put assembly lube on there that the wrist pin will go right through. And the same thing with the piston. Now be careful, you don't want to gall anything. Just make sure it falls through. And be careful if it gets stuck like that, don't force it back out. The clearances are very tight there. Now, here's where you do not need a ton of assembly lube when you're doing this stuff. You just need a drop because you're going to spin the wrist pin anyway. There's grooves in here you want it to get into. And like I said, the clearances have already been checked. So, and we're looking at this. The intake side's the flatter part of the piston. So when at the motor, the intake is towards the back and the exhaust is towards the front. So the piston's been oriented. So in this case, the way I have the block over there, let me see if I can do this like this. Now you see I have the block. This is cylinder 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where the intake goes. So the piston needs to sit this way, this flatter area, because this is actually a bigger valve relief, and this is the pocket for the fuel injector because they come from the back. And I've seen people assemble it backwards. It does happen. So we're going to start the wrist pin Okay, and I'm just gonna, Aunt Fred, buddy, I love you, brother, but you gotta hang tight. I'm sorry, doing a video. Hey, bud, can I call you back? Can I call you back? I'm doing a live engine assembly. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's on my YouTube, so if you want to go check it out. So I'll call you back when I'm done, though. Probably gonna be like another hour at least, though. Okay. Don't know without bringing out here, man. Can't tell you. So, all right, later. All right. Okay, wrist pin in there. Tang towards the back of the wall. In this case, you'll find out on the boost line rods, the tang is always where the numbers are. So, and slide her in there. Make sure she moves good. Okay. And the same thing with the retaining clip on this side. Like I said, these things are a pain in the bottom. They're tight, but they can be done by hand. I think I'm just going to grab a darn pick in a second here. Oh, God. Just got to get that angle just right. Oh. Nope. This is the part that is a SOB, guys. Oh, these things are just so tough. I gotta grab a pick. Yeah, well, we're clearing the wrist pin. It's tight. There we go. Sometimes it helps. So now, this is done. So same thing as we go through the list. Assembling rings. So one of the things with the oil ring where people make a boo-boo is when they put them on, one of the things that they end up doing is they, with the spring part of it, and what I mean by the spring part of it, this looks like a little spring. And what will happen is they'll wedge the edge of the ring edge here. So what I do with these is because we have a gap in multiple sections, I kind of do them like 70 degrees out from each other. As long as they're not in line, that's the big thing. You don't want them in line. So don't force this. This can get a little finicky getting in there. You'll push one out, then the other out or in. I probably should have put the spring portion in first because it is fighting me. These are super thin. Why am I being fought here? And just don't rush. All right, I'm putting that other part in first. That's what I should have done. Should have put the other part in first. And be very gentle, man. Don't yank on these things, man. You will break them if you're not careful. Be super gentle. I mean, this part of the ring pack is not as difficult to deal with. And it's a heck of a glare I'm getting. Makes it difficult to see. One of the advantages, you can roll this is part of the flatter area, the lower area, you can roll that over that area instead. And now we see that, well, you can't really see it, but the upper part of the ring, that's in there. We got to make sure that can compress, and it does freely by hand. You never want to force it, obviously. Now, once that's in there, I'm going to go for the bottom ring now, the one below it. I shouldn't say the bottom. Well, yeah, you nay. So I got to find where that top piece is. That opening's there. So I could either, since I want to do that position in a particular way, I'm going to just rotate out of the way there. And just take one end carefully and gently. Get that into position. Very carefully, patiently. Don't, like I said, don't rush. Don't overstretch. Yeah, sometimes you're going to be fighting that. Just be patient. Oh, wait, that's what. Okay, there we go. There's the problem. That's. Stay in there. Nope, got him snagged. Yep, okay, get back in there. Over the other one. Should have just did the bottom first. Yeah. This glare is miserable. Okay, let's see what the frick I'm doing. Try that again. All right, bottom ring first instead. Make sure the other ring is compressing. There's the other end. There we go. And that's in. And you got to make sure once it's in there, you're gonna notice the way the rings are sitting. You see, this camera does a great job of catching this. And if you have a problem where the I would say the springy area of the ring, the piston ring does not want to squeeze into place like the rest when you do this by hand, you're gonna have to take it back out. A lot of times this will get bound inside of the other ring. And when you're putting this together, like I said, these will want 180 of each other. The actual spring portion where the gap is, it kind of really doesn't matter as much. It's more about the top and bottom for the oil rings. Now, for the actual piston rings, secondary ring, remember, you got to either check the mark or check for the Napier edge. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if this one is considered Napier. There's a couple different names for them. So in this particular case, I believe the correct name is Napier. So if I'm wrong, don't feel free to correct me. I'm not offended by it at all. And just very gently, just squeak your way. I don't like ring expanders, honestly. I feel that they can stretch the ring too much. And this way just kind of stretches it absolute minimal to get it in there like that. And, when you're doing the actual assembly, you don't have to orient the rings just yet. You can orient them later. I wouldn't go too crazy stretching them sometimes. See, that's why I don't like the tool, because you see how easy that was to put that top ring on. Now I have an assembled piece here, and because it's going to sit on the bench for a bit, Just gonna place it in a bag. And here we go. The next one. I'm like, where's the wrist pin? Duh. The wrist pin is actually in there. So, where's my cleaning rag? Right through. Okay. Okay, they're good. No debris in there. All right, the fun part. Where that just that correct spot. Oh, bugger. Always, for some reason, man, some people just have that knack for these, and I just have a problem trying to do that, man. There's getting this to just grab just the way you want it to inside the groove, hold, and still squeeze the thing. I think there's some sort of freaking tool, but that's, I don't do engines every single day, so for me, the tool is just not a useful thing. So, oh, I always forget the stupid perfect angle. And then, it just pushes back out. I keep trying to think about what is that perfect spot. I did it earlier just by pushing my fingers. Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay, what's it there? Oh, there. Oy. Oy, oy, oy. Talk about fingers being sore the next day. Like I said, you don't need a ton of engine assembly lube. Like I made that earlier. You really do not need a ton of engine assembly lube. Again, back to looking at the motor. Wants to go this way. Tang to the firewall. Actually, just going to verify tang to the firewall. Intake valves that way. Okay. Double check after I did my assembly. Guys, double check, triple check. How many times you need to check? Just check. So intake that way. Tang to the firewall, goes that way, and there we go. Wrist pin start. Okay, we have a little bit of discrepancy here. I went through a minute ago. There we go. Just a little, get it just right, because the tolerances, like I said, guys, tolerances are done tight in these things. I do not have enough in this here. Kind of just fell out of there. Getting message left and right here, guys. Yeah. Okay, tang to firewall, intake. There we go. And nice, smooth operation there. Oh. Whee. They are definitely a tight fit. Okay, oil rim time. And where's that opening? It's over there. So let's stay away from that. The trick to this is, I'm walking around. I'm holding my thumb in the spot where I started it. And you just got to be gentle and just don't force. Just enough to stretch the ring over and get it down in. Now, if, like I said, if this spring portion of the oil ring, it's not a tension. I think it's called a tension ring. Um, if that's sticking out too much, just be wary of that. Don't leave that like that. That's where people make the mistake, and then they burn oil like crazy. All right, flip that 180 on that particular ring. Where's the opening? Okay. Just, gently just start it. Don't force. Get that point in there. When you walk it around, do it right. It'll fall in. Don't rush. There we go. Get down there. You don't want to go on an extreme angle either. And okay, we are 180 and it compresses. Awesome. Okay, now for the secondary ring. There's the top. Just to be on the safe side, feel for the scraper side. Always, I don't know, for me, it's just like a mental thing. Even though I can see the mark on the ring and know that that's the right one, I still just mentally have to just do it that way. And again, just take your time. You know what? Let me go over the front of the piston instead, where it's a little bit lower in the beginning. Now, if you are too aggressive, man, you will split a ring, or break it, or overbend it, or bend it out of shape if you're too aggressive. Always make sure your ring pack moves smoothly. So, of course, double check. And where's the top mark on that? Top. And another ring pack assembled, another piston assembled. And it's funny, like they always give you extra of these rings, these little snap rings, because they're just so difficult to deal with. Again, does not matter which side you start on this. Just gotta get that angle just right. All right. There we go. Get that lube in there. Okay. Piston orientation. Intake. Tank to the firewalls that way. Once those suckers are in, man, they do not come out. I'll tell you that. A little extra lube than I needed there. That's all right though. A little extra is not going to hurt nothing. Oil rings. Time. Alrighty. All right, oil ring on. Sorry, part of the oil ring, oil retaining ring. Oil, let me rephrase that. I really should say this correctly. It is an oil control ring. Where did that go? There's the opening. Okay, good. Yeah, technically, this ring that I'm assembling now is an oil control ring. So you got oil that actually comes in from the inside of the piston. Should actually show that in a minute. That's pretty neat. So what's kind of neat, let's see if I can catch this. That stupid glare. See these little pocket holes right next to my finger? They actually lead inside here in the piston. Very difficult to see, but there's holes down in there. And when the piston oil squirter squirts underneath the piston, and that actually comes out through here and gives extra lubrication to the cylinder walls and cooling. So again, as always, check by hand. Can I compress this ring without issues? This one feels tighter. Let me see if there's something weird going on here that you don't want to compress right. Where is the gap? Let me find it. It's just. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's compressing. Okay. Like I said, you got to always check this stuff, man. Especially when you're putting this in. See, I can push this out like this. I can very easily, if I put in the ring compressor wrong and force it, I could definitely roll this over. All right. Bottom ring. Roll it from the back to the front. It's easier that way. Okay. And are we correct side? Yes. Man, the ring's really wide. A lot of tension on these rings, on this particular piston design and ring. A lot of tension on these. A lot of open area. So when they squeeze, man, these things have some tension on these. Still don't like that oil control ring. We slide that around there. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hold on, you're not in alignment there, buddy. No, where did the other one go? you. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Much better. Okay. So what happened there was the gap in the spring portion here was lining up with the lower ring, and that little spring portion, the way that sits, was just catching on it, and I could feel it wouldn't compress quite right. So that's why I say you got to be really careful when you're doing this stuff. You can't really rush it, and you got to really know a certain feel. I just got the wrong angle or something. Yeah, it's wrong angle. Get that. Stubborn. There we go. Bug. All right. Try a little bit higher. There we go. All right. All right, we're supposed to get the pin in that side, so it's got to go on this way. Intake this way. And then so tang to the firewall. Okay. Tang clip. These things are just tough, man. Nope, that popped out. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sheesh. All right. Oil ring. Get on the other side of that thing. Stay in there. No. Other side. I'll walk over. There we go. Squeeze and compress. right, where's the separation? There we go. Okay. Now, where's the opening? So 180. All right, yes. Okay. I'll turn and compress this way too. Yes. Okay. Awesome. And the ring position 180 from there. Awesome. 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 I want it to go over the lower portion. So get out of here, bugs. Fucking bug, man. Gotta be kidding me, man. How the fuck did you get in here? USOB popped out. Huh? That's what I'm feeling. There we go. All right. Two hands are full, guys. Come on, I'm on a video. Yes, answer it. Answer the call. Yes, answer the call. Hello, Fk8. How can I help you? Who? What can? Okay, buddy. What can I do for you? I'm a little bit busy assembling a motor point, but what can I do for you? Oh, tune area in Ontario? You mean the dyno? I'm tuning it. It's me tuning, not somebody else tuning. It's me tuning, and I'm sending people there. I'm doing e-tunes. You mean the dyno? Right now, I don't have a direction in my hand. I was just in the hospital over the weekend. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just a little bit backed up. I will get to the messages. Um, uh, I really don't remember the address off the top of my head. DT tuned, Derek. DT tuned. DT tuned. Yeah, yeah, that's the place. He does more B series stuff. We just use his dyno in shop 16182 in La Puente. So yeah. So no, I can't. I can't do that fast, buddy. I'm at least booked at least no less than 4 or 5 days out every time. We need to schedule that kind of stuff, and the deposit is mandatory. 150 deposit. I can maybe do Saturday. I possibly. I really have to look at the schedule. So, okay, meaning it's self, oh, you're in a Accord, right? Okay, K-tuner or Honda. Yeah, okay, yes, we've been talking. Yes. Yes, I will get back to you. Please just give me a little bit of time. We'll get into my messages later on today. Um, yeah, I had to build a fuel system, and this motor's way behind. Got to get done, and it's just been pretty crazy. I'm only one guy, so just hang tight with me. I promise I will get back to you, and I'll get you in as soon as possible, buddy. All right, you got it, man. Take care. Bye. All right, now all 4 pistons are ready to be put in the engine itself. However, now we're going to move on to the lower portion of the block. I have to disassemble this because I can't put the crank in like that. And before I put any raw pistons in, I am going to have to do clearance for where are 14. Now, if you notice, I have a specific socket set over here. That socket set is only used for engine building because I don't want to cross-contaminate anything. Same thing with this driver. This is only used for engine assembly. I extremely rarely use it for anything else. Let me just take this off here to give myself some extra room. Yes, I know, it's over 26 foot-pounds. That's because it did 40 degrees. Now, this was assembled, well, sheesh, heck, man, wow, gosh, I don't know how many times this was assembled. But this was assembled quite a few times because bearing clearances needed to be set. That definitely plays a huge role. One of the things a lot of people skip though is they skip checking the oil squirters. I've seen that one go bad. Okay, so what are oil squirters? So, that's a fun one. I will show you guys about oil squirters in a minute. Let me set these up here. So the oil squirters don't have a seal, and that's fine. But, okay, so we got 1 hour, 56 minutes, oil squirters. I don't know if I'm going to remember that, but as we see here, this is an oil squirter, and this actually has a valve in it. It limits the initial flow. So at a lower pressure like idle, they don't function. So you actually can pressure test them using a blow valve. Let me bring that down a little bit so there's a little less glare from that. Which one is causing that? Trying to get that glare away. So, and we see the oil squirter. These have to go in before you put the crank. Well, okay, they don't have to go in before you put the crank in, but I promise you it's stupid difficult when the crank is already in there. So during assembly, the oil squirters are pretty much one of the earliest things you want to put in. And I should mention, okay, Loctite. Blue Loctite on the 10mm bolts on the oil squirters. You know, that's just, yeah, you've got to, because God forbid they fall out and you're going to have low oil pressure. You're going to have low or no oil pressure. Excuse me for a second. I have to clear where the blow gun go. I gotta go outside for a second. Clear this socket up. All right. Now that I'm half deaf, clean that, and hand ratchet that I used. Clean this earlier. Everything's about clean. You know, clean, re-clean. This block's, I don't even know how many. So, and I use a plastic mallet when I take this actually apart because the dowels make this really tight. And just in case, because it was in the box, I'm going to wipe these down. Try not to get contamination on my hands. Throw this rag out. All right, now split the bottom half. There, what I do is just rub. There are pry points, but I'm not a huge fan of pry. If you cleaned everything correctly and you actually assembled this a couple times, this should come out pretty, not too hard. That's the dowels holding it. So another thing I'm going to need to do, actually, let me scoop those pistons over. Now that I got them up here. Assembled. I'm going to need to clean up the ends of that bottom for assembly with the Honda Bond, because this is the last time the crank is going to go in. So I'm going to drop the crank in on this half, put the actual thrust washers in. Now, thrust washers keep the crank from moving forward or backward. I have brand new ACL thrust washers right here. And I have a Honda one. So, but since this motor is ACL, it's all ACL bearings, ACL race. And like I said, you got to do the correct thing. You got to order both sets of bearings so you get proper clearances. So I've never taken them out of the package till just now. And even though they were in a package, I'm still going to clean them with acetone. It's just what I like to use. Just very light wipe. Any sort of debris. Now, these were in the package, sealed. All right. In the package, sealed. See that? This is what I mean. Now, no matter what you do, okay, I should state this, no matter what you do, there is always going to be some debris left over, no matter what you do. Unless you have a hermetically sealed room for an engine building, that's what it's going to be. But then, if you have a hermetically sealed room, you're charging, $5,000 just to put the engine together. So, and most people aren't exactly after that. Just keep everything clean, change the oil. Another thing I don't do that I see people do, all right, and I totally disagree with, okay, is they turn around and they put the crank seal in. Okay? They put the crank seal in with the crank. And you gotta remember, we have two sharp edges here. When you do that, you literally can mar the crank seal and cause it to leak. Another thing is, it's not in alignment when you put it in initially. All right? It is really not in alignment when you put it in. And the reason being is because the way there's a little spring and a tension on it, there's actually a spring inside a crank seal. And if you turn around and just chuck that thing in there like that, you're putting pressure on one side until you close it down. You can knock that little spring out. You knock that little spring out, it's going to just leak oil. So you put a motor together, it's going to puke oil out the back of the motor. Obviously most people don't want that. Well, nobody wants that. Let me phrase that. Nobody wants that. Now, this is the one case where this is Honda Bond, where on the motor. So what I'm going to do for documentary sake is I have the bearing types marked here. And for documentary, I am going to actually take a picture so that for records to double check my records, well, not double check the records, but to show which bearings were standard size and which size were extra oil clearance in order to make the correct setup. And this is part of engine building. You really kind of want to document, you do want to document this stuff. So, when I come in here and I do this final cleanup, there's no marker here anymore to tell me, okay, which bearing was what. So if I take it back out for some reason, well, what do? How do I know? Do I have to measure bearing clearances all over again? No, you don't want to do that. Who the heck wants to do that? acetone. It's easier to deal with. And if you do use brake clean, don't use chlorinated brake clean. Now, I need to make sure my hands do not have any oil on them. And the reason being is I'm about to check here before I drop the crank. You know, is the Honda Bond clean? All right, oil squirters first. So let me go in here inside the block. Let me see if I can. Try to give everybody a good shot at this. All right, you're gonna have to go over here for now. Oh. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, that's pretty difficult to see. Can I? Ah, there we go. That's a little bit glary for me. The oil squirters here. Oh, hold on a second. Dust right there. Oil squirters go in there, and the reason I'm going to use thread lockers in case these want to wiggle out under high horsepower. The higher the horsepower, the more vibration through the block. Obviously, the more vibration through the block, the more you run into issues with stuff wanting to come apart. So I'm using blue thread locker, and literally just need a drop. Oh man, this stuff, using the gel, squirt it out on me here. And it's going to put a drop on each bolt. And then put them in. And this is just going to help me prevent so that I don't have to tighten them too much. And this way, putting them in, and I'm going to need my marker so that I know that these were tightened. So now I'm in the phase where I have a paint marker that I'm going to tighten. Everything, and once it's tightened, mark it. Now these do not, I've looked, I did not find a torque spec, but I mean, I think it's like 48 inch-pounds, or you can do 4 to 5 foot-pounds essentially, or you could just snug them up by hand because you are using blue thread locker. And now that they are done, I'm going to go grab my paint marker that I probably buried over here somewhere. And this way, when I go back into the motor, I know, hey, you know what? I already tightened that. Now, the paint does not do anything. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, oh, don't do that. You know, doesn't do anything. So, and this lets me know, hey, yes, those are tight. Now, let me do this over here. Take the crank. Hey. One last wipe down. Right off. I'm gonna have to get my special rag. Now, this is a special cloth that I have. This is a no debris cloth. This works probably the best. I probably should have just done this instead of shop towels. Shop towels are decent, but sometimes I have a tendency to leave behind a little bit of, kind of like the towel, just, I'm talking about the towel little pieces. And that's just not acceptable for me. I mean, it really wouldn't hurt anything. It would just get pushed into the oil filter. But for me, I don't know, man. I just can't do that. Some people don't care. Well, a lot of people don't care at all. But I'm just this is just the way I am. Just more meticulous about it than others. So this cloth, believe it or not, I found this to be a great use. Was a Chemical Brothers cloth for detailing. And it's a no lint cloth. And this just happens to work fantastic for this. It's not abrasive or anything. Some of the microfiber cloths can actually scratch stuff. I found this to be amazing for multiple uses. Sometimes everybody likes to use their own particular thing. Well, this is what I use. Like I said, it's totally lint free. I don't want to be blasting around air right now. Just don't want stuff blowing around. Alright. There. Now. It does just a fantastic job of not leaving any lint behind. Now, I am not going to put the frost washer in just yet because you can roll them in. I just have to be careful when I put the crank in. Now, a lot of times guys will use something to distribute the lube on this. Let me see something I don't want to use, I have engine assembly grease. But there's a reason I don't want to use the grease in this scenario. If I use the grease, it's going to give it an artificial tight feel. And I really don't want to do that. So there's a couple ways to do this. You can just do it with your finger and spread this out. You can do it with a foam brush. I'm going to use my finger and then wipe my hand off when I'm done. Now, one other thing we can do, I've got there, a little bit of paste on the outside there, so that through. All right, now the fun part. Put my finger in here. Okay. Strange angle to do this on, but. Very gently because there's no frost washer in there. Be very careful when you do that. Now, got to put the lube on a frost washer. And it will slide right in if you've done this right. I put a little extra lube in this journal. Yeah. So that's how slick this stuff is. Flat side goes towards the block. And pull it towards there a little bit. And then slide it around. This is the way I like to do it. And the reason being is I don't want it to get knocked out of there. Because you can easily, when you go to drop the crank in, bang it and knock it out of there. you know, being I came from a V8 world and stuff, this is how we kind of do it in the V8 world. One other thing you don't want to kind of do is like rotate the crank around right now. So again, flat side, okay, and the side that has grooves there, that's the catch oil to give a barrier. And this will slide right in. Now, I want to make sure I have thrust here. It's a little tight. And we're good. Let me just check one thing. Yeah, buddy. Once they're in there. Okay, yeah, flat side. Now, here's the fun part. Now that I just got my hands full of oil, I need to get all the oil off. The reason being is just now I have to put a layer of Honda Bond all the way the heck around here. So, get all that junk off my fingers. And right before I assemble it, what I'm going to have to do is just put a layer of oil on the mains right before I throw it together and drop that on. Now, because the way I have to do this, I can't leave this on the sink. Still feel oil on my fingers. God, I probably went through 3 rolls of shop towels. Well, not a full, with a roll and a half of shop towels today alone on myself. All right, where did I put you, Honda Bob? Right here. Crank sensor, lower engine block bolts. So these are the bolts that go on the outside. Now there is no torque spec for those, but I like to use what you used to use in previous generations for torque spec. 20 foot-pounds. There are 4 of them that are longer. You will see that when I get to that point. Let me open this up. On the bond. Yep, a new set of snap-oners. Yep, that should be wide enough. Oh yeah. So this is the final time that before the rest of the motor goes together, this crank is not coming out. None of that stuff. Once I clamp her down, I got to make sure she rotates totally easy, free, for obvious reasons. Make sure nothing funky happened when it got sleeved. So, you know what? Better off just. And you'll know that you got this clean when you turn around and the Honda Bond sticks to the metal. If the Honda Bond is like starting to like be slick on the metal, that means that you simply did not clean it enough. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a little layer of oil in between everything. That's right. You don't have to do that because then the timing cover covers that area. Did not need that. Hey, got ahead of myself there. All right, get back here. Get that out of there. Yep. So, yeah, everybody makes mistakes once in a while. So the Honda bond here needs to actually only end right here on the end and not go in. I went in forgetting that that's part of the timing cover. And let me get that back in here. I want none of that in there, man. Nobody's perfect. Gotta make sure you just make it right. That's just a head bolt. That's fine. There we go. There we go. Thumbs off. Now, back to doing it the right damn way. You stop right here. This is the timing cover. You don't need to go past there with the Honda bond. Now, some people will just make a big bead and then just go across, and that's not how I do it. I'm literally going to go back and do a layer by hand. I have this, what I call like a padding technique. You guys will see in a minute how I get evenly distribute this. Because it's extremely difficult to get it perfect, right? So nobody's going to get it 100%. But you can get it pretty darn good. Now you have some areas where you have excess, I want to say, room for Honda bond. You don't need quite as much. All right, there we go. Now, I'm going to spread this and see if I can't at least spread it on camera. Now I got this. Again, fingers. Feel slick on fingers. Don't want to do that. Now this padding, what I'm doing here with them padding this like this, it gives me an idea how thick the Honda bond is in that area. I don't want super thick in certain areas. It's okay to get it in the bolt holes where the thread holes are for the outer pan. When I'm done, I'm going to clean up the excess inside here where the crank seal goes. And again, like I said, I do not want to put the crank seal in until after I put the whole assembly in, like the bottom half of the motor. So I'm spreading this. You don't need a ginormously thick layer. I'm a little bit too thick in that area. Let me see if I can get some of it off. Just people use a lot more than they need to. One thing a Honda bond should do a whole K20C1 motor. Now this padding technique does sound about this. You can look at how high it sticks up when you're padding it, and that lets you know, oh, do I have enough? Do I not have enough? Now this is a learned thing. It's weird for some people. Everybody has their own way of doing it. But I can tell you right now, I've got plenty, just the right amount. This will thicken up a bit. If you have a little thin area like that, you just scrape some off of there. I got a little bit too much on that area. Well, that ain't gonna hurt on there. But as we see down here to the crank seal all the way around to the front, this is the timing cover seal. This area doesn't matter because the timing cover encases this area. And any oil coming back down is going to come back into the pan anyway. So don't need as much in that area. Okay, not enough. Well, that doesn't matter much out there because the oil's really not going to make it out there. It's kind of just extra added protection out there. There's too much there, not enough there. No, that looks good. Yeah, that's good. Okay. It's even. Cool. Okay. And you do not put Honda Bond on both sides, guys. Just one side. Okay. Don't need to put it on both sides. It's way too much. All right. Now I got to put the motor back upright because I have to put assembly lube there. And I don't want it to crawl down onto the Honda Bond, but I wanted to show you guys that. My fingers are clean. All right, oil squirters are in, paints are marked, bolts are there. These holes are all clean for the oil for assembly. So these holes that are for the mains, you have to make sure they're clean, man, because if you don't, when you're assembling, you don't get the correct mark, the correct tension on it. On. Where's my acetone? One last cleanup on this. Sure, nothing. All right. This is the fun part. This is the part that always makes me nervous. I'm always like, did I forget something? You know, yep. Just double check over. So, and one thing, don't forget the oil squirters. It will be a bitch to put them in after this. All right. Mains lined up, marked. All right. Just touch the crank. Don't go crazy spinning it. Just touch it to make sure it moves nice and easy. Now, silly me. All right. I forgot. I need to put a little bit dab of motor oil in here. That's okay. The Honda Bond can sit up for a minute. You know what, guys? Oh, that's gonna rack my brain. Oh, is that O-ring or not? There's an O-ring there. There's an O-ring on the pan. Well, I didn't tighten it so the Honda Bond won't stick. Oh man, my brain is killing me on this. I forgot about the fucking. If there's an I know there's not an O-ring, but I'm gonna check anyway. Oh, there's no O-rings when you're during assembly. Fucker. I knew it was gonna happen. One of the barriers was gonna come out the other direction. Paranoid. Just freaking paranoid. There is no O-ring in that portion, and I'm always freaking questioning because some motors there's an O-ring in the secondary layer. Would have been right there. No, I just got worried because I forgot whether or not there's an O-ring under there. So, but the Honda Bond didn't move. I didn't even get it tight down on the motor or nothing. So, you know, that's just me double checking everything. It's a habit of mine. Make sure the bearings are nice and tight and in place again. Before I drop this bad boy back on for the last time. Instead of questioning myself there. Paranoid. Okay, here's the thing, and this was very important when they said this in the manual. Do not use anything other than motor oil to assemble these bolts for the mains. The reason being is because when you use different materials, different. Get a little bit of oil there. If you use something like a heavier motor oil, you're going to get a different torque spec, and your mains are going to be in a different torque. You don't want to do that. You don't ever want to use like ARPs either, unless you line hone it with ARPs. Again, check the crank. Does it move? Yes, it moves just fine. A little coating of oil there. Mm-hmm. These were already coated with oil. This is just a little extra when I put it in. But I mean, this starts to give you guys an idea how darn long it takes to assemble an engine. Why is that thing popping up in front of all the questions? So a particular reason he's taking it apart. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I missed that core thing later on. it's a two-piece assembly. I took it apart, and what I was doing, I took it apart because I was doing bearing clearances earlier. So I am sorry I missed that question. For some reason it blocked this stupid pop-up. But originally, I put this together and measured bearing clearances. And you have to do that. And I had it together. I just didn't take it apart and do piston ring clearance because you don't have to. It's just not needed. Now, this is only going down to maybe 5 foot-pounds. This is an automatic stop. So if I show you, see? It's not even tight. So even though it's not tight, again, check your crank. All right, I need to check end plate here. See how it feels. That's nice. Yup, I could hear it just enough. Can't see it, I can feel it. So end plate is good. So the first torque spec, 26 foot-pounds. Start from the center, 1, 2, and then zigzag your way out. All right. Always follow the freaking manual. Check your crank at each stage. Make sure your crank at each stage is tightening, moves. Just make sure you don't have debris in there. I use a thicker engine assembly lube, but if I put light pressure, I'm barely touching this and the crank's moving. If I try to move fast because it's a heavy engine assembly lube, it doesn't want to move. But if I do it real nice and gentle, we got a nice movement there, all the way around. It feels good. Basically, just remember, if you use a thick engine assembly lube, this is going to feel tough. But the fact I can turn this so easily, even with the thicker engine assembly lube, that's a proper sign. So the next set is a degree. And one of the things with the Honda, the degree is necessary. Some people will try to take out the degree portion of it, but how the degree works, it stretches the bolt to a certain length. So this is an initial set. And then it wants you to turn it a certain amount regardless of torque because it gives you a certain amount of stretch on the bolt, and this gives you a certain amount of spring back on the engine. Now, the interesting thing about this torque wrench I have by Snap-on is this torque wrench has automatic angling. I love this thing. Okay. Back to the exact same bolt I started with. And usually, right around 51 foot-pounds, for some reason, man, I just don't feel right about that. I'm going to redo the torque. Just in case, man. I don't know. I'm just weird like this. Yeah, I know it's an angle error. Thank you. I'm not doing angle anymore. don't know, I felt like the outer ones, when I used the little stupid gun, was more snug than I wanted. And I know it wouldn't really have done anything to tighten it that way, but now if I go back and check this, they should all, if it's done right, if you tighten the outside too much first, you come back, the center will end up retorquing. It just does weird things. You know, you can see I can come back and check any one of these, and I'm good to that foot-pound. It don't move. Now, back to the angling. All right, 41 degrees. This thing's so sensitive on the angling that if I put it on a running car, that running car to angle 0 won't read. It came up to the exact same torque, so that's the amount of stretch that bolt's going to get. See, this one came out a little bit more. It's about stretching the bolt, not. It's not about, if you go to an exact torque, you're going to give it a different stretch. It's not that tough. I'm just making sure I get that right. And another neat thing about this, 10 bolts here, if I wait long enough, it's going to tell me how many bolts that I torque. It's going to give me a different number because I went back over some of the other ones. Yes, I know it's 56. That one turned out to be 56.84 pounds. 10. So it even knows when I loosened one. So it knows that I tightened 10 of these. So as a reference, say, oh, damn, did I remember or not? Let me go back to torque. I know the minimum it was going to do was around 50 foot-pounds. So go back to that and like, okay, you know, is it 50 foot-pounds? Do they move? Okay, okay, I didn't miss any. And I always want to shoot under to let you know the angle. I mean, that's just in case you lose track. I mean, that's just a neat little way. None of them are moving because they're all stretched to the correct length. And you notice there's no creaking. If you start hearing like creaking, when you tighten the bolt, like creaking and it's jumping of the bolt, stop what you're doing, clean the threads back up, start over. It means you did something incorrect. All right, now the next fun part, rods and pistons. So, well, let's have at it. Motors take a long time to build, guys. Number one. All right, I have my other little squirter can. So I bought two little squirter cans. I just never put this one together. And I'm going to use this for oil. It's just easier when assembling. Yep. Now, when using a ring compressor, okay? All right, when you guys are using this thing, make sure you get the exact size for what you are doing. All right? Exact size, guys. Don't get the wrong size. You're going to have yourself one hell of a headache if you do. All right, piston number one. Let me get this out the way. And I have to grab 7/16. Where are you? Now I gotta remember that I torque these before I put them back on there. Or are they just on there a little bit snug? Oh, I don't remember. I think I left them torqued. I hope I didn't. Then I have to put them in the darn machine. Yep, I left them torqued. That was slick. Okay, so because I left them torqued, I got to put them in a rod vise to get them loose. My rod vise. This is a rod vise. And you put the rod in there, and obviously it holds the rod. And the reason it's a rod vise is because it's designed to not mar a connecting rod because it's made of aluminum. And because I forgot to loosen them beforehand, I gotta take the assembly. Let me get this off of here. And loosen them. Let's see what the heck they came out to, because it should be 60 foot-pounds total. Well, I can't remember everything. Let me get everything a little bit closer here. Comfortable. Side, don't need this anymore. I'm gonna assemble them. Now, I'm going to come back here and get my oil tray because I'm going to put oil in the pistons and it may leak down underneath. So during assembly, I don't want to put it up on the floor. Try to keep the place as neat as possible. Not attract garbage or trash or oil anywhere. So that's the rod vise. And back to the engine. Let's see if I can make a little bit better view for the computer. Let me see. Put the crank in that position should give me plenty of clearance. Remember, okay, intake side larger, offset the rings. I don't like to do them front to back. I like to do them side to side. Some people have these weird, turn this one this many degrees, turn that one many degrees. I don't believe in that. Just 180 of everything is what I like. This is where you start getting your hands messy. On here, I just put a thin coat of the engine assembly lube here. Dang, I wish I could do this on a better angle, guys, to get you a better look, but unfortunately I can't. Once that's there, I make sure I have everything I want the way I want with the pistons. Make sure that when I put them in, they're still the way I want them. I didn't goof up or something when I put the rods together. I I'm going to put assembly lube after I push it through so it doesn't get stuck on anything. And I'll just drip it on in there, and trust me, that works fantastic. I have the upper and bottom ring offset, okay, intake towards what would be the firewall. Here's the transmission side. So take this, and we're going to put this in the ring compressor tool. All right, and now the ring's going to want to push out, but when you have it right, it will. If you look, it just pretty much fell in there. Now, the oil is for now. I'm going to lift it back up a little so the oil gets in there and everything where I want it. Make sure that I didn't lose position on those other rings. Now, when I put this down on here, I need to be careful I don't catch that oil squirter. So I'm going to push the rod. See, it's got a slide there. I'm going to push this towards this side because the oil squirter, I'm going to move the crank so that the actual counterweight of the crank is not in the way either. This just helps you position everything so that you don't have issues later. Oh, wait. I forgot something, guys. And this was shame on me, okay? I forgot one more thing. One last little thing. Always, always, always one last wipe down before you put it in there. Just have it, man. Gotta do it. Got to do it. So, then slide that over. Make sure you're not hitting that bearing. Slide it in there. Now, again, orient your piston before you put it down. You should be able to just walk this thing in. Nope. There it goes. If you could put that in by hand like that with your thumbs, you know it's right. Now, sometimes a little difficult because of the wall edge here and the clearances and stuff. But that's how you know, hey, you know what? That popped right in with my thumbs. I didn't have to go crazy. That's why I like these ring compressors. Okay? These ring compressors make a massive difference. I do mean massive. Like, no joke. Now, for my... Shoot. Leave that pin. Not really touch too much with that. Now I'm letting this Honda Bond set for a little bit while I put the rod bolts in there, and then I'm going to get to these outer bolts. The reason I'm doing that is I want it to just stick a little bit more. The center rod bolt squish, and then when I do this, it'll be fine, like the final squish on that. I only do it for like 30, because it's only taking me about 30 minutes to put these rod bearings and stuff in. I mean, the rods in. Now, put the rod out of the way. All right, position this. Just gently reposition the crank. I hate that thing. It's noisy as hell. And we can see I now have the rod into position here. And the bearing's on there. Now I'm going to push this back down just a little. A little out of the way. Well, the reason being is I'm about to put the assembly lube in that way. And the other thing I'm going to make sure, again, like I'm not losing my mind, tang to the firewall. So there's the marker for the tang. The tang's towards the firewall. You know the piston's in the right position. Double check, triple check. However many times you need to check. Just check, 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 check. Put a little healthy amount there. We're going to go get the ARP lube for the bolts. Now, don't go crazy with this stuff. Oh yeah, now that I've got the lube in there, I can push that back up and take a look, how much is there. Then we get around to the other side. Negative. That's why it's so difficult. There we go. Now we got around to the other side. So it's a little difficult to do it that way, but one of the things that I noticed is that you never knock the bearings out of place that way, and it just is easier to deal with. So take those out, cap oriented. Got ARP lube on these because I already had them from torquing them into the vise. So there's already some in the actual rod bolt end. Let me just kind of run them in a little bit. Still move nice and easy. So we know that there's nothing in that bearing. You know what? I don't really need this oil train. I thought I was going to need it, but I don't. Now, the torque spec on these is 60 foot-pounds. I don't go straight to 60. Give a little bit of oh. Oh. That's right, I did these. Forgot. All right. Should see if I got the crank bolt in here somewhere. Yeah, I know I do, but otherwise it's a little difficult to turn the crank over when I got some pistons in it. You know what? He did not come here with the crank bolt in it. He came here with half the son of a motor. Shoot, where did he put the crank bolt? It's buried in here somewhere. I mean, I really just need. Probably have something in here that's the same freaking size, knowing me. Now, shoot, man. I have to put the crank bolt so I can turn it over. Oh, there it is. Crank bolt sprocket. This is why you bag and tag, ladies and germs. Bag and tag. Crank bolt and sprocket. Probably crank bolt sprocket and the actual crank bolt sprocket spacer. And the alignment pin is not in here, but I'm sure it's in one of my other bags. when you rotate this, you should feel resistance in the rings coming up in the bottom, but you're going to feel a loose spot right there where the rings where it isn't really traveling. But as we can see, this is nice. One finger. Now it's tight against the ring, but then it gets, you do want some tension on those rings. That lets you know, hey, we're doing good. The rings are, against the cylinder wall. Now, how good of a job did you do cleaning? Well, that all depends. You come back over here, take a look. How much dirt did I get out? Or did I get mostly just oil? And I got mostly just oil. There's, again, always going to be some. But we see how nice and shiny that is. And that's the thing, man. Once you start putting the piston in there, that wall comes all shiny and stuff. And, hey, man, this is good. Now I'm going to go back or transfer it again at some later on, just to clean them up extra. And that's the position I want for, let me go back right there. So that is number one. Number two, let's put the motor back into the proper position in order to install piston. It's not a rush game, ladies and germs. It is a game of patience. Game of patience, guys. Guys, ladies, whatever, who's ever watching, take your time. Being a fast motor builder is like the worst thing. Oh, I build motors fast. That is the dumbest garbage I've ever heard. You do not want to be a guy who builds motors fast. Fast does not mean good. My head is just tough to get them things out there. Alright. Intake. Piston rings 180. 180. Where's the last one? 180. 180, 180. Alright, cool. Then you go off to the side for now. There we go. Ah, wait. No. Almost forgot. Yeah. Negative. I don't think that one went. Oh, did it? No, I don't like that. I don't like that. Everything's lined up there. Just wasn't in the ring compressor quite right. Try again. Nothing moved out of place. There it goes. Now, if you notice, I gave extremely light taps. That was just kind of to wiggle the piston down. All right. Tank through the firewall. Let that run down and in. Come on, baby. Turn just a little. There you go. Just really kind of try to keep doing that from the other side. I don't know why I keep doing that, blocking my view there. Yep. Okay. Damn it. Just left it alone. The damn tank moving the bearing. Knew it was on. Knew it had plenty on there, but I messed with it like a dummy anyway. That's gonna be fun. See if I just push this up further, get a better shot at this. Get back in there. There we go. Okay, get back down so I can get this thing back in here. Now. There we go. Come on, baby. Get back down there. Why are we kind of... Come on, slide over. Why are we not sliding over? Oh, gravity is freaking fighting me. You gotta be kidding me, really? Just the angle. What happened was the rod slid over to the side a little, and I couldn't get the orientation right, and I needed to take it back down. And what was happening was because I was trying to push from the top on the angle of the rod, it did not want to slide on the wrist pin because I was literally pushing it like this. So I'd have to reach the tool in and take the rod and slide it on the wrist pin down from down the bottom, so I had the correct angle. So that I could do this the right way. I was being overly precautious and should have just threw it together at that point. I didn't, and I ended up creating myself more aggravation because I double check, triple check every darn thing. I gotta start. I gotta remember, go to the other side. Go to the other side. Stop getting in the way. Stop getting in the way. There we go. Not used to being on video, guys. I'm working at this. Hey. All right, the Honda bond is tacky. So, remember I said earlier about letting that get tacky and then put those other bolts in? Well, now's the time. Remember I said 4 of them are longer. Those 4 go in the center, across from here. 14, 12. Now these don't have a torque spec, so I mean, if you want to torque them like I do, you can. Not really needed. I do 20 foot-pounds on those outer bottom end bolts. And I get that number because the old like S2000s and stuff, that's what those bolts were rated to be to torque to. 20 foot-pounds of torque. And one left. Boom. All right, back to business. Cylinder number 3. It's back over here. Oh, that's 14. What do I do with the 7/16? Oh, there it is. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Get back in there. For a minute, my brain was, I thought I did it backwards, and I'm on the other side of the motor. I'm like, I'll put the tank on the wrong side. I'm like, no, tank to the firewall. Firewall's to me. Oh, that's what happens when I do it in the video, and I got my head turned around here, thinking one direction is the other direction. Let me see, where's that top part of the control ring? Okay, on the other side. It's in place. Opposite, opposite. Let me just try dropping it like that. Nah, don't like that. Don't like doing that way. Don't like the feel. I'll go back to my way of doing it. Some oil up in there. Check the position of the rings. Okay. Alright. Off to the side that way. Tang to the firewall. Guilty. Damn it. Damn it. Wipe, clean. Oh man, I don't think they put as much as a bevel on this one. Last motor I did was from GE. Negative. Wait. There it is. Be gentle, ladies and germs. Gentle. Do not fucking pound it in there. We'll see if we do that this way instead. I'm not going to use good lighting, but we're still good enough for me to see. Rotate the piston. Just a little, because I can rotate it from here. Get that out of the way of the oil squirter. Just can't do that without it being vertical. Get it in there. What was that last comment? Oh, well, you're welcome. It's a stupid long video. I know that. And, if somebody wants to compress it, be my guest, man. Compress it for me, man. There we go. All right. hanging to the firewall, which is neat now. I'll get the other side. Oh, shame on me for not checking something. Yeah, no, that was good. Okay. Starting to get a lot of piston ring in there, where it's creating resistance just because the piston ring's there. See that drag on the piston ring, and whoop, and then the fast spot, that lets me know that fast spot. That just means, see, when I'm turning that like that and I got the resistance, that's piston ring drag. That will go away when the motor breaks in. That's all that is. It's within that. Whoop, see that fast spot? All right, boom, all right. Can literally see that move with one hand, but then when the ring drag catches up to you, now that'll get a little bit better if you clean it up and move it around, meaning like rotate the crank around. You're not going to like make it run out of freaking oil or something like that because you're rotating it by hand. You probably do that for a day and a half straight. Won't do any damage of any sort. See, I can still move that by hand. So, and keep in mind, I got thick engine assembly lube in there. It does not have just like oil in it. So that assembly lube is thick. It drags, you know. All right, piston number 4. And then I'm probably going to call it a day on this. What are we on, 3.5 hours? And I haven't even fully built the bottom end. Now, some people are like, oh, that's slow as shit. Well, whatever, man. Don't care. I ain't after fast. I am not after being fast. I am after quality. All the light. Come on. Last board to deal with. We'll appreciate you watching in the long run. You know, it shows that the real difficulty of engine assembling, I think part of the problem is when people start assembling engines and they show these shortcut videos, it makes it look too easy. Everything I've done today is typical, normal, every single engine. I have not done anything stupid, spectacular. Just measuring the proper bearing clearances the other day was like 3 hours or more. Plus, I had to do it twice because I needed a different set of bearings. So, in all reality, just to get the short block done, like to this point where I've got a crank in it and rods and pistons only, not even a rear main seal, you're looking at 7 hours labor. So if you do a shop rate, that's 7 times 125 for high performance stuff. That's $1,000 just to build a short block, which is pretty normal. But a lot of times you get like these industry style people where they just right through it. You know, I need to check how to angle on that on the bottom. Is that how I want it? No, that's not how I want it. Those rings, man, holy cow. Throw that out. It's getting too, it's got the ARP lube on it, too much of it. All right. I don't know, dude. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, sorry, guys. I get messages all day long, and I'm hearing them in my ear. Let me get this out of the way here. Over here. I'm calling him up like I might have just have a bad pressure gauge. Where is that last ring top? There's the bottom of that one. Where did I go right past her? There it is. There she is. Okay, 180, 180, 180. Oh, yep, to the firewall. Again. I just get tired. Focusing. Focus, 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 focus. Take firewall. Nope. I think try that again. Nope. Oh, okay. Something's not happy on this one. Negative. What do we? Oh, yep. Okay. That's why you got to be careful. So the oil ring is thin, so it wants to stick out. Why are we sticking out? So it just doesn't want to go in on this one. We have a sharp ridge on this cylinder. Yeah, we do. They didn't deburr the cylinder. That's all right. Try again. All right. Patience. And try again. Oh, I should have let it was going. I should have left it. What is going on? Let me rotate the ring pack. Try that. See if that works better. There's no debris. Yeah, they need to deburr these. That's why I'm having such a hard time. Usually they'll like deburr the edge and give it a tapered edge to get the piston in more easily, but they didn't do that. Where's the top end of the oil ring pack? Okay. Let's try again. What I mean by deburr, they take it and get rid of the sharp edge on the machining so that the piston ring pops in the hole better. There it goes. That's why you have to be patient. Woo! Can't emphasize that enough. Be patient. Don't rush. All I did was rotate the ring pack, clean it up again, and do it again. So sometimes, like when you get a build, what you can do when the motor comes in, you can take a big cone bevel and you take the cone and just create a nice bevel so that when the rings go in, they pop in easier. Last block I got from them that was beveled, I guess it all really depends on who does the last bit of machine work. This looks like it was just machined out. There is a slight clean off of the bevel. I didn't do as good of a job on this cylinder, so that's why it's such a difficult time getting the piston rings in that cylinder. Just is what it is. All right. Now, okay, where are you? And then I need to take the crank and push it back to where it was. Negative. Why did that suddenly get? What's going on here? Fuck. This piston ain't away or nothing. Feels tight now. Why does it feel so tight? Oh my god. Why did the motor fucking suddenly get tight? God damn it, man. I can't see. What the fuck? Tell me this guy's oil squirters are fucking bent. What the fuck is going on? No, they're not. Why did that suddenly get tight? I didn't even put anything in there. Oh, wow, that was piston ring tension. Holy crap, guys. Woo! That was not this cylinder either. Okay. That was just, it sat in a spot on the piston rings and you gotta wait for the break in the piston ring. Whoa! Well, I know mine were tight too, man. They were, whoa. It was just, it sat in the piston board, just sat on that perfect angle since they're not broken in. And it's like aggressive, almost like sandpaperish. Too far. Oh God, come on, baby. Get back up a little bit more. No, that was my fucking stupid mistake. You fucking dumbass. I got myself reversed trying to do this shit on the camera. And I will be fixing my mistake in a minute. Because visual effects, god damn it, dummy. It's not ring tension. Made a mistake. God damn it. That's why I don't do this shit on video. I'm trying to put shit around and go reverse directions and shit. It's fucking stupid. Always work in single direction, John. Always. It's your fucking rule. Break your own fucking rule. Never break your own fucking rules. The reason you work in one direction all the time, guys, and there's a reason you double check, triple check everything. Just caught myself in a dumb mistake. And that was my own dumb doing there because I reversed everything I was doing and my brain got reversed. And that's why you work in one freaking direction. Always work in one direction. Do not work in two different directions. Work from one table, one direction, all the time, and you will never have a problem. Discard. Thought that was ring tension, but then I really thought about it. I was like, man, that's a lot for ring tension. And I felt it move again. I was like, that's not ring tension. I knew exactly what it did. I need to clean my hands. Clean my hands. Clean this up. Get that bolt out of there. Do I have a standard on that side, and what's on this side? Is this a standard too? No, that's an extra clearance bar. All right, checks. X is back in the box. Standards back in the box. This is set in place. All right, where's my marker? Standard. No mark, but I ain't taking no goddamn risks. Just back. It's hard to keep that in place. Stay there. Orient. Okay, go back down. Oh, I didn't. I thought I moved the brake by accident. No. Okay. Stay in there. Put my brain in backwards, apparently, on that one. Since I flipped it around to try to show everybody how to do it a different way, I got my main rod cap in my head backwards, and, well, again, double check, triple check. The world is not impervious to mistakes. Because I got the engine flipped over, and I'm working from the other direction. I wasn't realizing the writing was on the other side. And, of course, rod cap went in the incorrect direction. And obviously, as you could tell, or you could feel it, and go back to always feeling it. And I should have rotated it. Didn't do any damage. There's no marks on the bearings, nothing weird, nothing like that. But if I left it like that, it would have caused problems. But again, this is why you go over your work, you concentrate, you don't add any extra BS around you when you're doing this. You know, this is a one focused thing. You know, just double check we got good. Didn't want it to come off of there. It sticks so damn well. Let's do this. Push this up. There we go. Come back here, will you? Come here. Come on, baby. This is why I wanted to do it the other way and not have to deal with. Come on. Pain in the ass once there's stuff all over it. Get a little bit on it. There we go. Alrighty. All right. All right. Now what I'm about to check is ring drag. What's ring drag? Ring drag is how much tension the rings create. And you don't want to go fast on this. So I was kind of aiming for a ring drag. So right here, look, it is watch right there. Make that clear out. Come on, clear out. Thank you. It doesn't even register. So right there where there's no ring tension, it doesn't even measure on a torque wrench that'll read 1 foot-pound. That's where you check to see if it's smooth. That's your ring tension. I expected about 10 foot-pound of ring tension, and that's 2.5 per cylinder. That'll go down once the motor breaks in again. Now I'm gonna just one other thing to do: a little trans fluid, squeaky in the rings. Try to get some more debris out of there. This way, when the motor starts, you don't have as much junk in there. All right, verify everything. Know everything's tightened. Verify every one of them, the tang is in the right position, which would be towards the firewall, which is technically that way, but because it's reversed, they're all going to be that way. Tang, 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 tang. Everything's lined up, marked. Uh, 18, 95, 95. 46, 46, 103, 103. Just verifying the rod end caps are in the correct order. That did it before, but that is basically the lower end of this. Yeah. I don't know if I was going to get into the oil pump and all that stuff, but that's kind of pretty much where I wanted to end. I figured it'd be about a 4-hour video. It's a lot of work, guys, when you really want to do this stuff. This ain't no joke, man. Engine building is not for the faint of heart. It's not for those who are impatient and don't care to overlook things. You know, you got to check all sorts of things. I got to make sure that, because this engine was built before incorrectly, and I had to make sure that, you know, at no point did I run into where, you know, things like the oil squirters lining up and hitting something inside of there because they weren't put in right. Um, Taking the time to just double check as you go along, like I did here. Had to double check that. Didn't have to change the bearing. Just had to move the rod cap because I flipped my whole body and brain around when I did it because I tried to give you guys a better view, and that was my fault. But this is why, again, you check and feel, and you got to know what it feels like. So it's a dumb long video, and I don't disagree with that. But reward is, you know, I mean, I just think that this is a beautiful shot. And bring this in. You know, it's mentally focused, it's tiring, you know. And the video, I only started at 4 hours in. I did an hour of setup and prep work to get myself situated. There you go. You have basically a short block that can handle, you know, 1100, 1200 horsepower now. And again, I'm just going to keep wiping out the cylinders, moving the piston rings around by hand. Now, remember when I said earlier I was putting in the piston rings and it looked like, oh, I was going to leave like some sort of mark or something. You know, I thought it's in the assembly because of the piston tool, not the piston ring tool for centering. You know, these rings are literally wiping that right off because they got some pretty hardcore tension in there. They're pretty stout piston rings. And I just dropped that on the floor. So, and I don't even know. I went through almost an entire roll of shop towels. So even wiping that out like that, I'm still getting some debris in there from the actual process of them when they actually turned around and sleeve the block and board it. You know, jet wash does not get rid of that stone stuff in there. But well, I guess have it outside. I can literally throw this in the ultrasonic tank for me. Chuck this out. And I guess I could chuck the oil pump on. Don't need to put the gear on yet. Four piston ported oil pump. His original oil pumps over here. Wrapped it up. And let's see. Crank sensor. Oh, oil pump bolts. And oil pump bracket. Hey Siri, stop talking. I didn't ask you to talk into my ears when I'm having on here. I'm just double checking that when I did this, I had that tight. Now I just put that in the ultrasonic tank for a minute. Let's go see how it looks. Literally like 30 seconds in the ultrasonic tank. I mean, that's pretty amazing. What's left on here is just nothing but something that's stained from the original engine. But literally, guys, this is why I love having an ultrasonic tank. This just is super easy to do this. This is a windage tray. This basically, when the oil splashes, what this does is it just keeps it from blasting around and whipping up and creating the oil to turn into foam inside the pan at high RPM. So, because obviously that's a bad thing. You don't want oil to turn into foam because then you don't have any oil pressure at high RPM. All right, so where are windage tray bolts? Paint sensor, machine, windage tray. This is why when I get a motor and assembly, always. So one of the other things I'm going to have to do when I put the oil pump on is I am going to have to. Does this have the sprocket and everything on it? Negative. Shoot, I got to get the sprocket. I don't understand on this windage tray why they put these middle ones as big 14 millimeter bolts. It doesn't align them or anything, so I'm kind of wondering why they did that. Yeah, come on, baby, get in there. Why is that all weird? You're just being funny? I'm just being funny. Hey, oh, wake up. No, wrong one. What did she do with his? Yeah, see, I didn't take that off. All right, come on. Crank spacer, timing gear. We need that. Now, where? It's got oil too. Ah. No. No. Interesting. Well, there's the sprocket. Where did you put? Then I got this motor partially assembled to me. Oil pump is still, the original oil pump is still in the house. I need to steal tension arm off of it because the 4-piston one didn't come with it. Or is it right here? Or I can put other stuff in the cylinder head. There it is. All right, tension arm, which would be this piece right here. So, does not come with the 4-piston one. Alrighty. So this is going to be interesting. Not that bad. Alright. I can put the whole piece on here. I did not want it. What did I get all over the floor? And that must have been from the oil pump. It must have been full. I usually clean them out, put some type of assembly lube or something in there. But like I did on this one. So, there's a couple things got to remember when doing the gear. This one's not too bad when it comes out of the gear. Only going one particular way. Sometimes this gear, I don't know why, sometimes it's just a pain in the ass to get on. I don't know why they're like that. In this spacer always has to go behind a crankcase cover. Now here's the tricky part. Oil pump chain. This thing does not like to go into place. And you got an O-ring back here too that can make this a little difficult to do. And this, trying to remember what was the easiest trick I came up with this. Was it on the gear first? It was on the gear first. And since this doesn't have a balance shaft, there's no need for orientation changes on it. Now, I think this was definitely tricky. This one. God, what was my little trick I did on mine to make it easier? There is no there is a weighted tension lock with a spring. Will this pick work? Pick's too big. Let me see if I have it in here. We call it a grenade pin too. Sometimes it's a long pin. It just kind of helps. Is that too big? Yeah, that's too big. Shoot. There's probably a tool for it. You know what I can do? I probably can use a really tiny. Yep, betcha. Got it. There we go. Use a really tiny Allen head. The tensioner can be set back. Put an Allen head. There's a little slot here. Put the Allen head in, keeps the tension at least back somewhat to make it easier to put the oil pump on. Just make sure you don't lose. There's a seal under here that an O-ring, you don't want to lose that seal. So now that that's like that, let me see if I can wiggle this thing into place. Probably needs to go on the other end first. Probably needs to go on the front first. Although that does help keep you from a little bit on that, honestly, it really doesn't help too much putting the oil pump on. It's just really tight in this area, and you still have to pull back on this more. What was my trick? The dowels kind of mess with you. All right, let me get this. What did I do? What was my little trick here? I didn't roll it. It's really just this thing. It's just tight. Oh, come on, man. I hate this thing. What was my trick? Looks like a knot. Jeez, there. I'll try it that way. Oh, duh, that was it. So pull this out, and then slide it back together, assembled. Like basically, come on, get in the dowel. There we go. So let me try to show you guys. So what I did to make this easier, this pin is in here. This is really not a good shot. Try to turn it some more. So, no, okay. So to get this on here, see this Allen key I have here to hold back the tension on here. So, of course, you don't want to come back out. So in order to get this on here, the easiest thing to do is slide this back, right? And then have this Allen key in here. And then you can push this back into place and get your oil pump set up. Don't lose the O-ring back here. Now there is, you can see, if I pull this out, see that spins? Right, there's a spot where that goes. There's like a little groove for the back of this, and there's an arrow. That arrow is later for timing. Again, don't lose the O-ring under here. You'll have no oil pressure if you do that. And yeah, it's under there. So, boom. It's a pain in the bottom. There's no real, again, no torque spec that I remember off the top of my head for this. So I am really starting to get tired now. Let me go look at that other oil pump or something I want to verify. Yeah, yep. Let me make sure that was in there. Don't remember seeing that. There's a dowel that goes in the back, and I got this from Fort Piston, and I don't remember seeing if there was a dowel in the back. I know there was a dowel in the front. Okay, yeah, it's there. Did the O-ring shift? Probably not, because it's all dry assembly. You have an O-ring, guys, you don't use Honda Bond with an O-ring. Never. You do not need Honda Bond with an O-ring. But that's another thing. You're going to see a lot of things with this engine that all right, it's pretty much time, man. I think this is it. Did I leave that spacer on there? Yes, I did. I'm going to leave the crank bolt there so the spacer can't go anywhere. So this way the spacer can't disappear, because that spacer is important. If you do not have that spacer, your crank pulley will not sit in the right position. And the last thing to do is to transfer over head off his original oil pump. not. O-ring is still in good condition. Ooh. Let me see something here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean this. Unless I got another one for mine. I don't think I do. No, negative. I do not have an extra one of these. So this bad boy's got to be cleaned. Cannot go on yet because I see some freaking Honda bond in there from the previous build. That's awesome. So the nice previous person that put it together for him put so much Honda bond it just loaded it up. Awesome. That was part of the problem with the other build. How it was done. The lack of time. All right. So this is just a pickup. It's really nothing spectacular. The O-ring's in perfect condition. This was a low mileage motor that was built. So I have all the confidence of just reusing this plastic pickup. It's not like it was like 100,000 miles or something like that. Like I said, I just cleaned it up real good. Didn't really require a whole heck of a lot of cleaning, but I did see some debris in here that I was not happy with. Nothing in here now. Nice thing is you can really see everything with these. So, it is acceptable to go on. And these sit so that this is a flat, sort of flattish. It has this little groove in there that is actually normal. That's supposed to be there. Probably should make my life easier to put this on first, but I didn't. So, but I can get to that with a little wobble and swivel. Definitely get to that. All right, that one started. And where's my little swivel? There's my 10. Get rid of all these extra rags. There we go. Swivel. Nice thing is that gasket on that is kind of oriented in such a fashion that it won't come out unless you really do something stupid with it. And that is a built lower end up to the oil pump. So I know some people really hung around for this, and that's really awesome and cool. Appreciate it. You know, that's just badass of you guys. Who hung around. Some people looks like hung around almost the whole damn video. That's totally awesome, you guys. I am exhausted at this point. Yes, I build motors or engines. Yes, I build engines, but you know, this is not a primary thing for me. I really do this when people have nowhere to go with it and they don't know who to trust. And I understand that 100%. Uh, thing is, though, like I'm so busy, getting this done is extremely difficult for me to get this done with everything else going on. Um, so, the first thing I ask if we ever end up doing that scenario where I'm building a motor for you, be patient. This is not something you rush. You know, there's a lot of pieces that even for this engine that were difficult to find. You know, um, there's one thing I really want to do. Where's lower engine bolts, machine plate, common crank sensor, chain tensioner. There it is. It's something I want to do because I hate seeing this thing. There's one spot, and this is an interesting little thing here. This plug is nothing but literally, as you look at it, a plug, and the tensioner actually holds this in place. So this plug is literally pressed in by hand. So let me get a little bit of oil on there. And come on, baby. Just be gentle with it. Does not have a direction to go in. Just patience. There. That little plug. Don't forget that. You won't have any oil pressure if you do forget that. And I just put that in now because, just so it could not be forgotten to do that. The other thing is, in order to knock that out, there's a couple ways. You can kind of grab it with a pick, but you take the plate off the back of the motor, you take a long extension and knock that out. So that's really knock that out if you're cleaning the inside of the motor. That's the oil galley, and this plug is there because they use this to machine. They machine this way, they machine that way, they machine that way, and they machine this way. That's why you see these passageways here. So anyway, guys, that's one heck of a long stream. Maybe I'll have somebody edit it to the better parts and like make it go through faster and kind of save all the good stuff for me. But right now, I don't have the ability to do all that myself right now. So I got to just clean this up. I got to bag this motor up. So that this way, it's like, as a, got a couple parts got to wait for. Hate waiting, but it is what it is. Waiting for a rear main seal. And that could take up some time. And then, this is, you don't really need to go, like, you don't have to plastic wrap your motor, just get a big trash bag like this, and just, there you go. I mean, you're not going to get dirt and trash in there. You have to literally blow stuff into the bag to do that. And all these bins are literally parts from the engine back here. All those bins back there, those are parts from the engine. And then obviously there's cleanup. I now have a disaster to deal with. Unfortunately, I did not want to get stuff on the floor, but I did, and that's another thing of building engines. And a little Home Depot pouch that I never used. So these things, great for building engines. Squirt a little trans fluid, a little oil. You guys have seen the bearing clearance videos, and you know that stuff took hours. So anyways, I'm calling it a night. It is 8:37 here. It's been one hell of a long stream. Somebody wants to edit it, cool. If not, I'm not editing at this point. It's going to be a while before I do it. So that's what it takes, man. It took 4.5 hours to build just the bottom half of the motor except for the fact that the ring gap wasn't done. But the ring gap was, an hour and 15 minutes just to do ring gap. So, you guys got to take things into concept, when you say, oh, that's too much to build an engine. you know, and you got 14, 15, 16 hours and just, you know, good proper assembly. But thank you for whoever tuned in, everybody tuned in, tuned out, whatever. Thank you, and y'all have a great day, man.